Ooh. Please tell me I clicked OK. Ah, no. Can't believe you've done this. Hang on. There we go. Puns first. That's annoying. So here's a fun fact. Twitch considers numpty to be against terms and conditions. So like, if it says that we're still playing Silksong, please refresh your browser. I hit OK and then hit go live, and it was like, actually, your go live message breaks Twitch terms and service. And it's just numpty. I changed numpty for bloke, and it's like, that's fine. That's personally targeted at me. Someone. Anyway, Nova, Verdant, Puns, Orchazini, Aeon, Watto, and welcome. I have so much energy. Seven streams in a row. Cause for celebration. Okay, and just very, very quickly. So, Puns, I've updated the boards. You are now in joint. So it goes like this. Nova is in first with 3. Verdant, Legend, Shaunerus, and yourself, Puns, are at 2. Everybody else is at 1. So it's still a good spread. Like, it would just take a couple of days for either Nova to take the lead or to mix up the upset. But yeah, right. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Sorry if I'm a little bit crazy eyes. I can't talk about it yet, but there was a thing today, and that thing was good. Oh, God. Oh, sorry. I want to show you in a second.
Due to the upcoming spooky season, my skeleton has informed me that it shall be suing me for emancipation, but it also wants me to represent it in court. I think it wants me to work pro bono.
Hey. Inside every adventurer, there is a skeleton with a can-do attitude. Just remember that. Just remember that. Yeti. Oh, and Puns.
Why do I have bits, in case this triggers the Welshman? Awful waffle.
No, Yeti, he handled that with ease. What was the word that he couldn't say yesterday? God, I think I still have a sandwich in my beard. I was zooming around at high speed. Sorry, bear with me a second. No, Aeon, just sorry, everything's all just happening at once. I'm just very scrambled. Sorry, bear with me a second, friends.
I am sad that last joke didn't land. I thought it was humorous.
Puns, thank you kindly. I think I just went immediately into Spooky Bones. Sorry, friends, it's that thing of so many messages all at once. Sorry, forgive me while I sort the thing. Well, so Aeon, the weird thing is it says 7-day spree, but I haven't been going for 7 days. Like what? I'm Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something and I don't know where it is. And I've got one person messaging me on Discord. I've got texts. I've got emails. Blue sky. I just want to go, wow! But not in a party way, in that, how you doing back there, R2? But it's not bad, friends, it is not bad. Okay, this is not cutting it. I need my emotional support 2000s drum and bass music. Well, jungle really, but who's counting? You know how sometimes smooth jams don't actually calm you down, they make you more anxious? Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Thank you all for throwing bits in. Sorry I'm so scrambled. I can't go into details, but I had a really, really good meeting earlier today for some possible cool things for the Longship. It's like nothing that's going to change the course of history. It's nothing that's going to, you know, suddenly pour so much money and fame on us that we'll all be driving bumper Bugattis at each other. But it was good, you know?
That growler's looking a bit too orderly.
Firstly, it's a pint glass. And numbers, thank you. Vanderbeest, sorry, you didn't even have... I don't know, did I thank you for getting started? On the pint glass? I hope I did. And Eve, Watto, and welcome. Wait, you're out here Seattle way. I don't know where this setting is. Ah! Well, there's something I was meant to do earlier on today, and it's a thing buried within a thing. Anyway, Joker, Eve, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, I'm trying to find the notification for it. Oh. Little Fire, well, here's what I will say, Little Fire. We have chicken Alfredo for dinner tonight with homemade garlic bread because I made an executive decision. I also, spoil surprise little, there was a cute looking milk chocolate stout. I got you one of those from the singles aisle. So, you know, when you get back here, I have a beverage to give you, and I have a good pint, and I have a good dinner to make you. So yeah, you're eating yourself a fish character. No, but this chicken Alfredo is so that my chicken Alfredo knows to fuck his shit up. So, friends, I'm so sorry. I'm scatterbrained, but in a good way. It's going to be a while before I can announce this news and talk about it properly. But we've had a lot of days where I've started late because life sucks. We have a lot of days where I've started because of chaos and whatnot. But today is a good kind of chaos. So. Oh, and if you're wondering, friends, what Alchemist, Joker, and Littlefire are nattering on, it turns out that when a certain individual, who shall remain nameless, told Littlefire that they shouldn't collect beans and spoons, and then may or may not have died due to, let's assume, natural causes, Littlefire might just happen to have collected that person's dog tags in a certain shooty gunbang game. But this is all,
Thanks for entertaining me while I do some prep for dinner.
Ooh,
Need to start this recipe for Moroccan dinner rolls.
Ooh.
Last time I didn't have fresh thyme, but older thyme still worked. I should stop reminiscing, but I like that old.
But I like that old-time Moroccan roll. Okay, Google, how do I delete someone else's Twitch account? Also play Chumbawamba by Tub Thumping. Wait, no. Fuck! And I killed it. Errorman, thank you for the 500. Thank you for that joke.
Reactor online.
I was like,
Sensors
oh,
online. Weapons online. All systems
noise?
nominal.
Weird Indies? On this, the 75th subiversary of my sub, in my Weird Indies streamers channel, it's more likely than you think. Viking 64 friendo.
And Martin, thank you for 75 months. That's an inordinate amount of time. And yes, we got Weird Indies today. Now, we get to decide how weird. And I'm talking like, we have art by school children weird. You know what I mean? Actually, yeah, it's today. Like, we're going weird today. And again, I do want to apologize for starting late. But it was due to good things for Longship overall. So, please accept my apologies. But I promise I wouldn't have done it if it wasn't worth it. And it wasn't just me sitting around being a sad sack. I'm just trying to find this feckin' thing within a thing setting. Oh, actually, so, Joker, and I was going to message you about this this morning, but I got zoomed around. And I need to message Steph about this as well. So it is Littlefire's birthday this Friday. Littlefire has specifically requested that I not surprise them with a surprise party. But we are, Littlefire is going to be streaming Friday evening or Friday afternoon, depending on traffic and work stuff, because work did not give them the fucking Friday off, which is shenanigans. But I wanted to cordially invite you to said stream, and obviously you as well, obviously. I try not to do that thing where you just lump a couple in together. Although you're allowed to do that with me and Jess, because we are literally moving as a unit. Where is it? Wah, wah. Will doesn't get invited to Littlefire's birthday stream. He's banished to the bedroom. Okay. Okay. I think that's sorted. Okay. So, let's begin the stream proper. I tell you what, hang on. Let's do this like from the start proper. All right. So I'm gonna go, come back on in, and then we're gonna start the stream for realsies. You know. So okay. All right. Getting the zone. Oh boy, I sure can't wait to sit down at my computer. It's gonna be a great day of indie video games and what are you all doing here? This is so wild. You're already here. What? Oh, and welcome. Friends, hello. Nova, the coffee was coming from inside the house. No, I needed to have my wits about me today, so Nova, I made a pot of the Viking coffee. I can smell time. Wait, you don't know why I'm here either? Oh shit. The Sisyphean stream. Anyway, friends, come on in. The watch streaks seem to be a new Twitch thing. At least the little announcements of them seem to be, which is odd but fair. So yeah, friends, miscreants, Longshipian nonsense merchants, come on in. Today is our first Weird Indie Wednesday in a good long while, and I'm in two minds. To how weird we're going to get today. Now, I do want to pick something that's either short or something that I can show you as kind of a sampler, right? Because we don't have as much time today because I was off trying to be a grown-up smart person. And Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. And do say hello to Spell for us. The chaos that you signed up for.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Prolo, Watto, and
Pro
welcome.
284 peak.
84 months. That's the peak. Heckin' legend. How are you doing, Watto, and welcome? Come on in, friends. Come on in! I have keen. I have enthusiasm. I have coffee thumping through my veins. And as I said, in a weird turn of events, I have good news I can't talk about yet, which is really difficult. But I'll say this. Does anyone here like indie games? I hope you like indie games, because otherwise, oh boy, I'm in trouble. Otherwise, I just made a real stupid mistake. Verdant, you're not my dad. I will inject it into my toes if I want to. Ooh, yeah, I don't know why I said that. That conjured an image I did not need. Continuing with the full tilt speediness that I bring to the table today. Game news is game news. Xbox dev kits have gone wildly up in price. Ubisoft is massively downsizing, and Remedy changed CEOs. I'm still not sure if that is a good thing or a bad thing. It's hard to get a real vibe of it. But one thing I did notice, apparently it's got a lot to do with how Firebreak did. One of the interesting things to note was that Remedy were expecting Firebreak to do much better on Steam than it did. And I find that very, very interesting. Because I had to ponder and think about it, and before everything went down with Microsoft, like, that was how I played it. I believe Jess got it on PlayStation Plus. Little Fire got it on PlayStation Plus. So I don't have anything to add with Firebreak, only that perhaps the subscription model try before you buy ended up kneecapping what would have been their tail of sales. some interesting data. Jeffrey, what kind of heist? Like, obviously you've got your, there's like Indie Payday and a few other chaotic ones. If it's just you and one person, there's a banger I've been sitting on. Hey!
Hey all. Hype wave, hype wave, hype wave.
Unholy Glee, I can thank you. God, 19 months. I would have sweared Unholy Glee you've been here much longer, but... But Jeffrey, we can definitely find you some heist games. Because like Payday's not really a heist game, it's thematically a heist game. You know, but it's at its heart, it's a wave-based shooter, right? Oh, the funny thing today was the Scarface The World Is Not Enough video game remaster was accidentally the game page was put live on Epic and Steam, and it is using AI upscaling, so it's going to be a bad upscale of a thoroughly mediocre video game. Numbers, I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's not out yet, but that one's coming. And Down on a Dwarf, Otto and welcome! It is relooted. Okay. I was just going to have to search for it because I have loads of games. And apparently, we're getting another Ghost Hunt train. All right. These just happen because Twitch decides they do. Regardless, all of you, thank you. All right. If I could turn off the ghost trains, I would, just because they feel unearned. But much like a lot of the Twitch functionality, it's kind of out of my hands. But hey, what you lot throw in is what keeps me alive, so let's fucking go. God, shush you. So Lyoshi, that was a good spot on the Steam adding your personal calendar. It's so fucking hard to get to because you have to navigate to the Steam Labs, which is very, very difficult to do within the title. But the Steam personal calendar, hang on, you know what, I'll just show you while Ghost Train is going. And J-Post, it could be because, again, like, it's a Twitch thing. Like, you'll notice it's not our colors. Okay, so we have to go to Twitch News. Here we go. Then this is the Twitch calendar. I have my own equivocance of these, but yeah. This can be used to show everything that you have wishlisted and then acquired, or only wishlisted games you haven't played, which I think is very, very powerful. It also adds a few games that it thinks you might like. The problem being is that most of the things it recommends to me, I already like and know about, but... But like, yeah, so for example, this is this week. And this is just games that I have personally wishlisted. So, Aurormouth and Ninja Gaiden was Monday. Bloodlines, Isopod, and The Mayor Show were yesterday. Today is Hyperbeat, Dispatch, Pale Coins, and the full version 1 of Becastled. Tomorrow we've got Radio Light, which looks really spooky. Bounty Star, which looks fucking good. Bounty Star is the like Wild West cowboy mech game where you have to maintain a farm. So you go out, have mech battles, come back, repair your mech, work your farm. I don't know when we're going to get a chance to play that, and I do need to be sensible with Longshipian funds right now.
Reactor online.
I don't think they've
Sensors
announced
online.
the price point
Weapons
yet.
online. All systems nominal.
Hey, and to the RC Po, how are you doing?
What ho?
Come
What
on
in
in,
the
friend,
fresh
come on
hell
in.
is Steam doing this time?
So it's not really... Okay, it's not bad. This is a really good visualizer for games that you've wishlisted when they're coming out. I think it's a good feature, and it's wild that it took them this long to do it. However, what it shows you is just how fucking chocked the game release schedule is right now. And if you think this is just from Will's collection, right? Like next week, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games dropping. Oh no, that's Saturday, sorry. You know, on Monday, October 27th, there are 5 games on my list dropping. And they're bangers. Mimesis is a comedy horror physics game, but you know the Mimic mod from Lethal Company? It's that taken up to the nth degree. One of your team is not like the others, and it can overtake.
Chew.
I wasn't going to say anything, Wolfgrad. I wasn't going to say anything. Thank you. Mech Havoc looks really good. Loop Error looks phenomenal for some like cool fucked up horror shit. The Seance of Blake Manor. I forget Beneath. I'd have to have another look at it. Oh, Beneath is kind of like an indie, like existential, sorry, cosmic horror. J-Post, it's only currently at 2 because it doesn't need the usual like participation to kick off. Also, this only counts for games that have locked in a launch day. So if it says like launching May or launching Q4, it's not going to get added to the list. However, November 5th is the official release of Queue Up. So just fucking buckle up for that day. So yeah, this is a new feature that they're testing out. It's very powerful, but again, it is an indicator of just how many exceptional games are dropping and how quickly they are. All right. So, boop, boop.
I think we're on level 3 at JPost
Simple Chaos, you think we're on
042.
level 3? Alright, well the Jarl doesn't get declared until after the train is over, but Simple Chaos, holy fuck, thank you. $15 to keep in this little corner of the internet going. Caffeine, the thing that still amuses me greatly about Bonfire Night is that Guy Fawkes was basically the fall guy. He was the sacrificial patsy. He was a rich idiot, and he rich idioted his way into the history books. He wasn't the mastermind. He's the guy that got fucking caught. That will always be funny to me. And now they burn effigies of him every year. So yeah. Sorry, whilst the train is going, I'm trying not to natter too much. But like, friends, we are under siege by exceptional games. All right. I'm kind of annoyed that I already played Unfair Flips, because that would have been a great one to show you all for the first time. And Scotty, I couldn't possibly comment. And her, that kind of like British, well, that kind of English etymology is a nightmare to unravel. So yeah. Anyway, friends, miscreants, fucking legends, how are you all doing? Coming in. I'm still a little bit chaos mode, I'm not gonna lie. But like I said, I'm chaos mode today because good. And it's nice to be able to say that, you know? And I can't really talk about it, but all I can say is I hope you like indie games. Today we are doing Weird Indie Wednesday, which will be a fixture moving forward. But I am going to say that we're not going to do... Oh, for fuck's sake. A chair got caught on just about everything. We are not going to be doing sad boy games today, because while I am in excellent spirits, I feel I may have the emotional stability of a slightly scared squirrel. So there's a few like And Roger, Stay Alive My Son, that I'd love to do. What's the... I'd love to do Consume Me at one point, but I think that's gonna hit anyone who's grown up with very controlling parents. It will probably hit you like a brick, and I think that's a lot of stuff to handle. I saw Slay the Princess is... We were talking about it yesterday in that it is a perfect example of execution from beginning to end. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the game is called Slay the Princess. You must slay the princess. It's a simple through line to... Oh wait, is the princess really bad? So good. So good. It does also remind me of The Church in the Darkness, in that you never actually know if you are doing the right thing or the wrong thing. But yeah, I did want to do Hotel Barcelona today, which doesn't really count for indie, but then I found out there's a bunch of like AI gen videos and shit in it, and I'm just like, you gotta stop. See, the thing is, everybody talks about Nicola Goodnight, who is an exceptional performance. I do not hear as much chat about Abby, and I feel like every time we bring up Slay the Princess, I need to be like, no. If you want to point to a legend, then you need to read The Last Halloween. What's Abby's surname? My brain goes blank. Abby Howard, who is also doing Scarlet Hollow, which is a huge game. So seriously, if you've really enjoyed Slay the Princess, check out Abby's other work, because it's absolutely phenomenal. The Last Halloween is a silly, whimsical little series until it's absolutely some of the most haunting shit I have read. Like, it's up there with Brood Hollow for you think you get it until you really do. So yeah. And again, it's not to diss on, like, Nicole Goodnight, an exceptional, like, vocal performer. It's just, you know what I mean? You can play Slay the Princess in absolute silence. You can mute it, and it is still phenomenally powerful, right? Yeah, and again, Scarlet Hollow is phenomenal. It's just Scarlet Hollow is huge. It's still in early access. Like, check this mother hubbard out. Hang on, let me bring up on. Like, Scarlet Hollow is phenomenal. I guess I'm not trying to be a dick here. It's just sometimes you can have dialogue that is written so brilliantly, it doesn't matter who says it, it comes across exceptionally. And then you can have dialogue that is written in a way that, it's so-so, but you put it in the hands of the right person. So, for example, the narrator from Darkest Dungeon takes a pretty so-so script and turns it into something, like, iconic, right? And now you know. I don't know, and like, again, this is nothing against Nicole. I want to 1000% make sure that that's not your takeaway here. My point is more that, like, sometimes an exceptional voice cast is a perfect seasoning on an already delicious creation, and sometimes it is the flavor that brings it through. There are some games that if you play them muted, they are themselves muted, and there are others where, God, it just, like, a good vocal performance brings it through. For example, Thomas Was Alone. And this is not a diss on Bithell. Bithell has said so himself. He hired an exceptional actor to narrate Thomas Was Alone, and that brought everything together, right? I don't know. I think I'm just pissed Abby doesn't get more fucking props. I think that's it. Anyway. So, I hope you're all having a splendid Wednesday. I'm not going to be picking up any new titles today. I had considered, because we have Hyperbeat and what was the other super weird one? I guess the Mayor Show is a little spooky for Wednesday, but Isopod, the webbed teams follow-up where you play a roly-poly bug, little Henry. I wanted to do that one just because apparently every group has a different name for those little, like, tiny isopods, and it was fascinating to hear people's different ones. But I decided today that both me and Little Fire could do with a good dose of carbohydrates, because I woke up hungry last night, and you know when you don't want to wake the whole house cooking. So, I've had a sarnie, but I'm still starving. We have one of 3 games to choose. I'll tell you what, we're going to do one game, and then we're going to choose a second. How about that? So, I want to show you all Sunday School. Now, Sunday School is the same individual that made Oddorable. But cereal for a reason. Scotty, I stopped buying cereal because I crave it at the weirdest times. And those are the times when I have no milk and the ilk. And okay, sorry. So yes, we're gonna have a little putz around in Sunday school. Now, something did strike me, however, when going through this. Sunday school, and I quote, hang on, I'll just show you. So this is Sunday school. You are trapped in a Sunday school with unsettling children. All of these assets are drawn by the dev's daughter. And it is the same person who did Adorable, but it's got slightly more game to it. It's also free, which is really cool. However, one thing that's fucking wild is I've been pointing to this as a good example of like, don't use generative AI art. Like, make something like this that pops, you know? This looks like a child scribbling after playing, what is it, Baldi's Baddie back in the 2000s. Well, okay, Vanderbeest, I think all children are unsettling to a degree, but that's just me. That's why I don't have any of my own. But what I found was really interesting is this same creator is making a rage game based on the paintings of Hieronymus Bosch. Sadly, I can't do the sick rhyme about Hieronymus Bosch. You'll notice it's on the ignored tab, so I'm just going to show it to you. Right? You play a stick. You choose the direction and you choose the speed at which you leap forth. Now, this was something that I would usually be telling you all about. Like, fuck, it's a rage game based on classic artists. But for some fucking reason, the guys run a bunch of the... Well, okay, what he has admitted to is generating the animations and some of the images. And I just kept thinking, like, what the fuck? Because, like, Hieronymus Bosch, I don't know a lot about him as an artist. But I know his works, and his works are a fucking fever dream. There's an insane creativity that came from his nonsense. This Hieronymus Bosch, I believe, is the one who painted music on a person's arse for his painting of like the 9 circles of hell or what have you. The demon tune that people on TikTok have learned how to play. Like, Hieronymus Bosch's bizarrity is so well pronounced, right? And like, you can Photoshop it together and still keep its original context. So why in the hot fuck would you generate Hieronymus Bosch nonsense? Like, you can take classical works and fold them into your game. Remember we played The Pupil's Eye? That was phenomenal, and that was all about bringing together, I want to say Van Gogh, but correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, I have it on the ignore list. I called the guy out on TikTok. I was like, I'd support this if it wasn't for the AI art. And he said, well, there's no AI art in here. So I just quoted him back his own small animations for some backgrounds in the game. Now, you and I, well, we all know the asbestos rule applies, which is for every admittance of AI art, there is more that has not been confessed to. So... well, yeah, in V-Squid, you can do paper doll animation. Like, honestly, again, taking stuff like this, cutting the pieces apart, doing some paper doll animation on it is fine. One I'm really looking forward to that's coming out... Jesus. Don't type the word please into a Steam... I'm just glad that thumbnails have to be PG-13. Fucking hell. What is it? You know what? It's by the same devs. I don't want to type anything else that might result in some fucking chaos. Here we go. So what we have coming up is called Please Watch the Artwork. So you're looking at classic paintings that have been, you know, a few frames animated, but it's like the observation duty games. You have to keep an eye out for things that are wrong with the paintings. Sometimes it might be a missing cup of coffee, a chair in the wrong place. Other times it will be some fucked up spooky shit, right? So this game, it's fun, it's a little bit messed up, but it has you observing and understanding paintings. It adds that slight element of animation to, I don't know, convey potential intent of the art, you know what I mean? So, alright, Hieronymus Bosch was the one who locked himself in his house because the world sucked, painted incredibly unhinged work on the walls, and gave some of the best pieces that were never meant to be seen. Saturn devouring his son. Fuck. Now, I do not know classical or modern art, and I will not pretend to have a grand knowledge of it. I know video games, but I also appreciate games that make us pay attention to parts of art that might trick us into paying more attention, so I think that's really cool. Anyway, I'm not gonna... So the game we're gonna be fucking around with is Sunday School. I'm not gonna paint his other games with the same brush, as thankfully for the games he made with his kid, he didn't put AI art in it. Because that would have been a fucking insult to injury right there. And then, after we've had a trundle round of that, you have your choice, friends. You can have indie mechs or indie mysteries. The two I've chosen for the rest of the afternoon is Graveneer. Check this out. You may have seen me talk about this one. This is a mech battle roguelike. Look, Caffeine, I'm gonna let people choose. It's gonna be mechs, isn't it? Alright. Now, I know a game like this will cause me to get a little monosyllabic, so I wouldn't want to do a whole day on this. Stream-wise, I mean. I'd love to spend a day just in my pants playing something like this. And it has some really cool Gundam-inspired, like, crazy weapons. We're talking finger lasers, we're talking missile swarms, we're talking funnels. Oh, this one is Graveneer. Should we just... Alright. Okay, and if we weren't doing Graveneer, the other one was It Has My Face, which is another one I've really wanted to do with you all, which is, it's indie horror hitman. So, someone in this crowded, procedurally generated world has stolen your face. You have to find them and take them out before they find you. It feels like a more tense Shadows of Doubt. Oh yeah, Artie Poe, like in that movie, Face Off. So I tell you what, we'll do Sunday School, then we'll do Graveneer, and if we have time, we'll do this. Because, like I said, I started very late today, but I started very late today because of good reasons. So... So yeah. I still can't believe we haven't had a face-off game, and I realised, because I think I've mentioned this a few times, like, Little Fire and I both enjoy watching like deep dives on weird video games. And one thing that was really funny was I forgot that John Woo's Stranglehold wasn't just John Woo's name attached, that he'd started a game studio and he was going to be making games based on his ideas. The Stranglehold was a phenomenal financial failure. And you know how I say there are no bad games? There are some exceptions. The Stranglehold is dog shit. And it is a absolute fucking crying shame that it is. If anything, the Stranglehold encapsulates John Woo's move to Hollywood perfectly. But that's another story. So yeah, we never got a face-off movie because it was John Woo's, and he probably still holds the video game rights. I don't know that, I'm just guessing. Oh, and if you've never heard of it, you know what? If you haven't heard of it, you're coming with me on this tangent. Sorry. Make sure your seatbelts are fastened. Okay, listen, video games. I need you... God. Okay, definitely that. Ah, here we go. First look. All right. So, friends, I want you to take a moment. I'll pause the music for a second. If you can, if you're safe to do so, close your eyes. I want you to cast your mind back. It's somewhere in the 2000s. Your friend has annoyed you into watching The Killer, followed by Hard Boiled. You are now obsessed with Hong Kong blood opera action movies. And you hear that your favourite person, John Woo, who some might argue was the start of it all, is making a video game. And you're like, video game? You can open your eyes now. Oh my god, what a great idea. We've had The Matrix, we've had Max Payne. Imagine if the man himself who brought forth the slow motion diving shooty gun move. Imagine if that guy was in charge of a video game. What would that look like? This is the best quality one I can find that isn't AI rezzed up. Would it look like super hot? Now, I just need to point out, this came out well after Max Payne. It does feature Chow Yun-fat. And I don't know if it features just his likeness or if he did motion capture. John Deere, I believe that was Poundland, Harrison Ford. So yeah, I didn't know that. I had forgotten that that Tiger Hill Entertainment had been set up for John Woo. Yeah, Inspector Tequila. Now, I will say that Inspector Tequila in the movies is supposed to be ridiculous. He has this weird cocktail where it's like a bunch of tequila and then I forget what he fucking slams in it. I'm never interested. Oh, it's just a tequila slammer. All right, it's nothing special. He fucking better get a Gundam. Harrison Tanaka. That's very good. Now let me show you some of the gameplay. Oh, sorry. They did get a better CGI team to make some.
Honor is his code. Vengeance is his mission. Bloodshed is his only option. Stranglehold available now.
See, this still looks cool. And again, it was one of those ones like kind of like the Matrix games in that it was supposed to be the continuation after Hard Boiled. So it's the same character on a different mission. Now, I will say, if you've never seen it, I do think that John Woo's Hard Boiled is a very, very important movie to watch because for a lot of folks, it was the first time that they saw kind of the gun kata as an idea. Like, it was a lot of people's introduction into the idea of what if we just did like, what if we just had fun with it? I'm gonna see if I can find a quick gameplay trailer. Ah, here we go. Because I was introduced to it as part of what was called the Hong Kong Blood Opera, which were gun battle movies with a kind of a soap opera plot, but an operatic style of gun battle. And I thought that was heckin' cool. That style of cinema is what directly inspired the Wachowskis for their action direction in The Matrix. That's not a secret. That's well known. You know, kind of the Matrix starter pack is basically watch Hard Boiled and then Mamoru Oshii's Ghost in the Shell, and then you're set. Yeah, and Scotty, absolutely. I also like the fact that John Wick is like the whole thing came back around. Because apparently, you all might know more about this than I do, that John Wick's kind of shooty gunbang style is based on a 3-gun competition shooting thing. So it has the operatic framing, but it's quasi-based on some real stuff that fucking Keanu Reeves can actually do, which is frightening. And also kind of cool. But yeah. You can't understand how big an element this was going to be. And it was so bad. The problem is I can only find you these like 30p videos because everything else has been run through terrible AI. Set pieces that didn't work. The leaping action that was mediocre to upsettingly bad, especially compared to Max Payne, which was also directly influenced by John Woo's movies. That's a good point. Prolo is correct. Keanu Reeves is immortal and has been around since the invention of the gun. But yeah, I cannot state how bad that was. I cannot state. I think I had a point about this, but it completely dropped out of my head. Anyway, let's play a game with some creepy children in. Right. Time for some Sunday school. Okay, we're just going to have to keep this, I guess, as a special event. Is it a special event? No, I mean, it's Wednesday. I hate doing games with demos. No one wants to watch games and demos. Okay, fine. Games and demos. Well, Almus, and that's a really good point, is like John Woo's tight control of how he shot his films, because he came from the Hong Kong scene, the budgets were small, but the people behind it were phenomenal. And again, I know I'm saying stuff that you all already know, but like in Hong Kong and China, there were acting schools, you know, going back to the 50s that taught, you know, martial arts acting. And so combining that style of performance with guns, I don't know if John Woo was the first person to do that, but his were the movies that broke containment. that stopped just being these like, you know, Hong Kong, China only movies and started going international. And again, Hard Boiled is a masterpiece. It's not an intellectual masterpiece, right? Like, it's not going to challenge your worldview. One of them is a killer, one of them is a cop, and they're both hard boiled, you know? But you have to understand that it was coming off the back of, like, the big tough guy macho action phase. Because, like, these guys, they bled, they got hurt, you know, their bullets ran out of guns, but they threw them away and just had more, you know? God. Yeah, whatever my point was, it dropped right out of my fucking brain. But I'm glad I got to talk about Stranglehold. Oh, but we were talking about just like we were talking about or I was about to start talking about like the family tree, the genealogy of video games, and how it's so fascinating that John Woo's work inspired so much of everything. You know, I still remember Max Payne spreading through social groups and offices at a rate of knots, and how that like that cheesy over the top hard boil style was basically like Max Payne is, you know, what's his face, Inspector Tequila, but even more ridiculous, you know, with more film noir, more smoky scenes. Yeah. No, their bullets ran out of guns. They had lots of bullets running around being like, where's my gun? Where are they? I don't know. Okay, as an aside to an aside that no one asked for. I'm just letting my brain run roughshod. I've had to do smart think all morning. I will still say that the best use of shooty gun bang in a movie, however, will be Last Action Hero, with the click. And there's like, didn't you know in the real world guns can run out of bullets? And, James Dance being like, no, I just left one of the chambers empty. Theodore munitions, self-loading with legs. Nothing I've just said there is even remotely as ridiculous as anything in Borderlands. Also, I forgot I had this guy on my desk. He just teabagged my other Gundam. If you feel something strange is happening, go back. If all feels good, keep going. We need to get to the bottom of this. Those children need our help. I mean, they're children, which means they're all fucking weird. So, friends, this is Exit 8 Kids Art Edition, right? Exit Aged 8. Shit, that's good. Hang on. J-Post, do I have your permission to change that to the stream title? Thank you. So the reason why I was so determined to share this with you all is because the Exit 8 philosophy of kind of like spot the difference nonsense, the prom queen, what the fuck, child? Isn't necessarily the most complicated of kinds of games to put together, but Jesus. But the idea of doing it with kids' drawings, I think that's really heckin' clever. Okay. We won't know. Okay, so something was weird there. Oh, I guess the sky was weird. And yeah, cozy cartoon style. This was literally drawn by a child. And I don't know. I don't have kids. I never plan on having Sproglets. Okay. One of you fuckers is weird! I'm going home! Okay, nothing was weird that time. Alright, so... Revered... Weird reversey child. Okay. Yeah, sometimes you're planning on having kids, but a strange baby falls out of the sky, or you end up having to raise the chosen one who held aloft a magic sword. You know, it happens. And we're not going to spend a huge amount of time on this, right? But, I don't know, this has been kind of the... this is all your fault. This is one of the titles I've been wanting to point to and just say, like, hey, you don't have to do messed up shit. Using ruddy AI art nonsense. Like, I refuse to accept the answer that it's like, oh, well, we didn't have the money, we didn't have the time. Yes, you did. What are you doing to me? Okay. One of these days, I'm getting through a normal run. I haven't even been to Candle School yet. That's... Virtually, there you go. Why do it when a literal child can make something more interesting and more different? You know? Okay. What if this isn't actually like an Exit 8 thing and the game's just fucking with me? That would be extremely funny. We didn't care enough to do it right. We didn't care what you thought of our thing. We just hope you'll give us money. Because, like, I'll be honest, the place I've seen it the most rampantly, like, looking at Steam new releases and things like that. Okay. The place I've seen it the most rampant is definitely been, Smart Games, to be honest. But I've seen a lot of other titles kind of using it as a, we didn't care enough. Doing? Fine, I'm going back. I'm going back! It's still floor 8! Are you fucking with me, child? It's not Exit 8, it's just a loop. Good luck, Chucklefuck. Yeah, we didn't want to pay someone to do it right. We didn't care enough to do it ourselves. Please don't notice. I wouldn't tell you if I didn't have to. Well, so what's super funny about it, Legend, is you look at... If you do decide to look at a lot of those games, and they're not safe for work, they're literally smart. But if you do look at them, they all have to, or they should be, saying whether or not they use generative AI. The thing that's funny about them is how they each come up with a different wording to make it seem less bad. Like, oh, we use it for part of the process, but then we have a human come over and, like, check it. Do you? Or are you just trying to fucking get away with it, you know? What marketing wank are you trying to play to me, right? Just because... I mean, that kind of wankery is everywhere in all types of marketing. God, is this an extended recapture? Is this child? Is this child messing with me? Although it would be extremely funny if there was actually something hidden in this. The poster wall eyes have changed. Oh, they have. That's not normal. Posters, why does Smart do it? Teach how a naked person looks like. Well, from what I've been able to gather, Smart Games don't make a lot of money, and they are very mimetic. So the people making them are just trying to fucking churn them out as quick as possible. Yes! Alright. Good spot. That is our first successful find. These lights seem fine. The clouds are smiling. People are waving. The math is mathing. The never-ending portal to another dimension is still there. Hello, son! Hello! Okay. Oh! We got sad flowers. Me too, flowers. Me too. But it's also interesting when you see in other games. Like, at the moment... Did any of you play Frost Train when I recommended it? The deck builder train builder. Floor 6, we're kicking ass. So they made Frost Train as a free experiment. It was quite fun. If you never played it, it's basically deck building Snowpiercer. But the goal is to build synergies based on how you run your train. You know, trying to balance, like, happiness with production, success, etc. So you can have like an authoritarian train, which is very military focused, or you can have a fucking party train. The sequel they're making is full of AI art. And when I called them out on this, the message I got back was, oh, well, would you rather we work on features and fix bugs or spend time hiring an artist? And I was like, what I wanted to say was, don't bullshit a bullshitter. Those are weird fucking kids. Dead. Yes, Vernflow. It turns out Frost Train did have AI art in it. It's just Frost Train 1 was released before the requirement that people have to fucking say something. You know? And that's where it pisses me off, because it's not a creative choice. It's none of this is like oh, we're going to utilize something that is going to improve our creativity because we really believe in this project. We really believe in this piece of art. And sorry, friends, I know it keeps coming up. It's just like, I don't know. We'll never have like a just straight up catharsis when it comes to AI art and the ilk. Like, we're never going to have a moment where everybody suddenly turns around and goes, we're sorry, we didn't mean to, or please take us back. They'll die either quietly or they'll keep being shitey. You know? What we saw with the NFT crowd is they just died in silence. Inside NFT circles, they're still all telling each other that it's the winter of crypto and it's coming back any day now. Any day now, we're all going to be playing NFT games. AI art's kind of annoying because it's a slop that gets thrown in. And the thing I meant about marketing wank earlier was just, what got me thinking about this was, as I said, I decided that tonight I'm making chicken Alfredo. And so I got to pick up some chicken thighs, and it says organic chicken. Organic chicken. All right, and one of you kids was super weird and you didn't tell me. Oh yeah, no, Alnus, just any day now, we're all going to be gorillionaires. So tell me steak is gluten-free. And it was one of those things that made me laugh, but when you see those little postings that of like AI art, but reviewed by human, AI art, but only in certain places, it just makes me go, what aren't you telling me? What aren't you telling me? What would you be getting away with if you didn't have to declare it? Orzine says the tiresome part is the who cares as long as it's fun type gamers. And unfortunately, Orzine, it's hard to tell how many of those folks are genuine and how many of those are shitey because, you know, the click economy being what it is, it's hard to be able to spot a genuine opinion. But, like, they don't know how fun is. They don't know where fun comes from. You know, they have this idea that fun is a switch, a slider, a choice that's put into things. We all know fun is culminated from multiple places, right? Multiple different crafts have to go into a game. It has to be good for it to be fun. And implementing AIR is like putting sawdust in food. Well, we said asbestos, but like you can get away with it if the players don't notice. You can get away with it. But that does not mean it is a good thing. Sorry, hang on, let me see if I actually managed to spot the thing, this loop. God damn it. This is really hard, by the way. What's the better analogy? Okay. The experience of a video game is multiple things all at once, as you know. It is how it controls, it is how it looks, it is how it sounds. More so than any other craft, art is felt in video games through multiple disciplines. You know what I mean? And there can be more or less of it. But ultimately, games aren't just one thing. And it makes it hard for them to nail down. The Oatmeal put out a thing recently about how AI-generated images have no soul, which is why they feel bad to look at. You know? Haha. Yeah, I'm onto your tricks now. Oh god, does Arc Raiders have AI stuff in it? Oh, because it's the same fucking people as the fucking finals. That's why. I should have fucking known. See, and this is the thing. We let it slide. Oh, we don't have the money to add AI voices. Fuck off. You said that with the finals, and then you had the money to make a whole extra other fucking game? Ah! Alright, that's going on the ignore list. You know what? I'm in a spicy mood today. Well, it's getting spicy on Maine! Do you know what's really funny is around the house, if I start typing at a certain speed, little fire will stop and come check on me and be like, you're typing angry. I know! Okay, hang on, I want to quote this proper, because, alright, I'm fucked off about this, sorry, I just found out. Right? I just, Okay. I'm just trying to find the quote from the finals. Because the thing was, the final said that we do not have... You know what? I'm going to check it first. I'm so sorry. You're kind of here as I'm getting angry about something in real time. But this is the whole, like, give him a fucking inch. During the development process, we may use procedural and AI-based tools to assist with content creation. In all such cases, the final product reflects the creativity expressed of our own development team. Fuck off! Examples include voiceover audio, where we utilize text-to-speech tools. Get fucked in the back of a shitey, burnt-out Volkswagen. Sorry. And the thing was, they did this with the finals. And there was a lot of like, oh, we're small and scrappy. Oh, we can't do that. I mean, they had the money to make a whole nother fucking bullshit. Nah, they can get fucked on that one. I want to find the quote. I want to fucking quote them. Because again, one of the things they put out was that they didn't have the cash to do it. And the thing was, like, I was keeping an eye on Arc Raiders, but I guess I wasn't looking at who was fucking making it. Embark Studios. Burning piss. Okay. Okay. All right. And breathe and breathe. Sorry, friends. That was a lot of angry tippity-tapping on my side. Okay, and breathe. Right now, we are drowning in good games. If you want to play a shooty gun bang game, there are so many choices. So many good choices. And you're right, spite is a good motivator, and I do make sure that I only utilize it as required. I do not want to become one of those people who is angry every day. Devoshi, joking aside, Project Silverfish slaps. Now, so far, the voice acting for Project Silverfish is mostly just barks and announcements, right? Coming from community members and stuff like that. I've only encountered one game that has used the text-to-speech thing really well. And again, there is a big difference between text-to-speech tech and the generative AI stuff. The fake Simu voice stuff is different. You'd have to talk to somebody on the programming side to get more information, but oh boy howdy. Battlefield 6 does not use generative AI, so far as we know. But anyway, one of the only good things that came out of the Bandai Namco Extraction mech shooter, sadly, it wasn't very good. I did play it. I can't recommend it. But it used a text-to-speech at the end of the match to narrate what happened, but it had it in this broken robot voice that really fit. You know? There are ways of doing this stuff, but the ways in which you would do it would be more complicated. The ways in which you can put it together through generative AI nonsense are more expensive and more complicated than just getting people to record it. The thing that pisses me off with the finals and with Arc Riders or fucking bastard garglers or whatever the fuck it's called. Is they've got the budget. Just don't fucking come in here and tell me you can't. Like, just imagine fucking Halo multiplayer without Mr. Kilimanjaro. And we just spent all that time earlier talking about how incredible Nicole Goodlight's performance is in Slay the Princess. You put that through a fucking Gen AI voice? Nah. And I hate the idea that someone would think that the only reason that art exists is to make more money. If we can replace the ingredients with sawdust, then we win. If we can put more asbestos in the house, then we win. That's not art. God. I'd give me fucking left tit to be the named announcer for something like the finals. Come on in and welcome to the greatest battle of death. Like, I'll sit in a booth for 50p and a bag of skips and have the best fucking time. The stage upon which you can walk in video game performances is so precariously constructed that it is a fucking miracle, right? You all know this. I know this. The amount of things that have to be created to be able to give a performance inside a video game is fucking mind-blowing. Think about it. It is a performance which requires 3 years to build the stage.
William Icy Tit, singular, over God.
Yeah. I popped it back in the freezer. Exactly. Find one announcer, pay him a steady wage. If you're bored reading patch notes, hire them. Be the voice guy every day. Well, and numbers, the populace doesn't know, it doesn't care right now. The problem is that there is no longer a sense of cohesive discourse. Oh, and Legend, thank you for the bits, right? That what we see discussed about video games, it's not even about the fucking games anymore. The industry media around video games outrage, around video games drama, is a very expensive business. It is really hard to get a sense of what people actually want, but there's so much of it that leaves a bad taste in people's mouths, and they will start to associate these elements, right? Like, I see it very, very similar to the onset of, like, Facebook games, Mobage, etc., that users will put up with a certain amount of it, but they'll start realizing something feels off, something feels wrong. You know, the first thing I saw when I looked up the finals was a bunch of Reddit threads of, like, here's how to turn off the AI voices. Here's how to mute the AI voices. If you like the game, but you hate the voices. Right? This game with child art is kicking my ass at the same time. Yeah, I'm absolutely not checking my own post. Oh, Edwin! And also, thank you for that game you sent through. I don't know if I had a chance to thank you personally, but heckin' thank you. And yeah, one of the things that... I know we always come back to this, but one of the things that we have seen with Warframe, one of the things that we have seen with Eve, one of the things that we have seen with Supergiant, is that there are often people within a development team who have multi-skilled. My mate Doug of Dougfest, which I know you all know Dougfest, did the most incredible monster noises. Like, fucking top tier shit. Doug, I believe, worked in audio, but Doug was not a professional voice actor. He worked for a living at the Creative Assembly. He just happened to be really good at monster noises. I know how to make a tit of myself on camera. That is a recorded fact. So when Craig was like, oh shit, we want to start doing YouTube shit, I'm like, hello. Like, the Creative Assembly did not hire me to make YouTube videos or to stream or to do any of that, right? And yet, that was just Rob fucking told me I had to do that. I just keep thinking about how we're mid-crunch. Rome 2 is looming, and Rob's like, yeah, you gotta fuck off, take headshots, and record Williamus noises. Like, cool, Rob, when am I supposed to do my real job? You didn't think that was a command? Surprise! In video games, you have to wear a lot of hats. And if one of those hats is also performance, then fucking cool, utilize that. You know? I love the fact that, I always forget her surname, Rebecca over at Digital Extremes became Warframe mum, Tenno mum. But like a bunch of other community managers of the time, her bosses expected her to stream and make videos and also do her full-time job. And it turned out she was actually pretty good at doing like a vocal performance. Like, the times when teams have been able to utilize Rebecca Ford, Gideon, thank you. But the time when teams have been able to utilize the skills, the multifaceted skills of their teams, is when games have been able to shine because you get to put that creativity. Most of being a community manager in a studio, I'd say like 60% of it is reporting and replying. It isn't a job that is easy. You cannot just ask someone to do it. It requires knowledge of both product and profession at a level that far outstrips how much that fucking job gets paid. You don't, and you get to be creative in certain fields, but it's not the most creative of roles one can have in video games, except for when it is. You know what I mean? One of my CM buddies, I think I've referenced him a whole bunch, he made a pumpkin puppet, and that was their, like, fucking mascot, and he did, like, puppetry shit, and stuff like that. That's fucking great! Every time AI is utilized to fill one of those roles, it not only says that that team does not value their own staff, they don't value their creativity, and that all they are doing is trying to create a project for as cheap as possible. The sawdust is in the food, the asbestos is in the walls. You know? And look, I'm not saying that people should work on games out. Stop it. I'm not saying people should work on games outside of the day-to-day. Is there a baby in a fucking locker? I'm not saying that people should put in free overtime, but if it's you and your 5 friends and you're making a video game, let's be honest, you're putting your heart and soul into it. So why not have some fucking fun with it? One of these fucking clouds is giving me shit. I'm so bad at this. So yeah. Yeah. Well, Scotty, one of the things that used to happen a lot with community management is you'd get bundled with social media work. And apparently Gideon, yeah, they teach Sunday school stricter out here. This fucking game's kicking my ass. This is a great game to have in the background while talking about how shitey AI art is. So yeah. Okay, thank you for letting me vent on that one. I've gone from feeling bad for Arc Raiders to being like, rest in piss. I hope it takes the finals down with it. And look, sorry, I shouldn't... No, okay, that was mean of me. I shouldn't be celebrating or looking to celebrate, you know, a studio going under. It's just, they did it once, and they got away with it, so they keep doing it. It's pre-orders all fucking over again, you know? What's the black sign over the lockers? Oh, little air vent. Okay. Yeah, well, and the irony being Artsy Poe is that... Oh. It's the wrong... The exit sign's the wrong way round. is that we've proven time and time again that you can set up a very successful franchise with some great creativity. Like, and you can prototype that creativity at a non-expensive position. You know? Simple Chaos says, while I wish harm unto no one, there are some obituaries I look forward to reading. Oh. Bloody locker. Sorry, Scotty, I read what you said, and then I thought you were just being really fucking British at me. Bloody locker. Okay. It's child's. The fact is, it's like, I have to do this game now, otherwise I am not smarter than a child. Okay. Turns out some of those little bastards are probably swapping seats. Okay, that's there, that's there. The light is on, the flowers aren't sad. Being smarter than a child is overrated. Stay innocent. Nope, we're leaving. We're leaving. Red House. Red House. Red House bad. Anyway, thank you for letting me rant on that one. Like, good vocal performances, good physical performances, when able to be implemented into a game, can be used wonderfully. You know? Oh. Sun's pissed at me again. You know, if you didn't see it, Little Fire did a stream of Dead Set, which is Neil and Ben's thing about, you know, basically, like, what if the Weinstein house was a horror game rather than just horror? Oh. Evil eyes hiding in the vent room. Evil eyes gonna get your fingers caught. That one fully utilizes performances so well. Bloody Sam Lake's in it, and he's brilliant. You know? That's one of those games where the addition of, you know, videos, performances, and the ilk really made it pop. And that's really fucking cool. Okay. Need to see if there's something weird. Alright, that's correct. Those are right. Ow! Piss me!
Kids aren't smart as such, they just process things differently because they haven't had years of updates and malware to wade through in their registry.
Ah. Why are you gonna hurt me like this, Scotty? Is it because of the bloody lockers comment? Thank you for the 200. Friends, I try and be in the profession of looking to make things better, looking to advise things better. I don't want to see games companies go under. I don't want to see people lose their jobs. I want more of my friends to be able to make a living wage, pay their rent, and have health insurance through the medium of making a video game. All right? And I know it can seem like I get very militant on this, but this is a line that we have to hold. I think that the introduction of AI nonsense into games is an erosion of what makes them a good medium. You know, there are whole swaths of the industry from an investment standpoint that would jump at the chance of being able to push a button and pump out a skin-in-box casino game and just take your money. Like, left to their own devices. All right, floor 2, doing good. And the more I see those elements creep into our space, the more fearful I get, you know? Oh! This would be a great game to inflict on some actual children. So yeah. Rather than focusing on the negatives, because again, we all have to be very, very careful though, because you know that focused anger, that spite, is a great motivator, but it will poison you if consumed too often. Believe me, I know. Believe me, I know. I bear a grudge like a fucking dwarf, and it has not made my life any better. Anyway, sad flowers? No. Tentacles! So, okay, here's one thing. Let's bring the positives. So you want to do a game like this, or you want to make a project similar, and you do not feel that you have the art chops to put it together. Have you considered asking your friends, asking communities on the internet, hey, I want to make a Exit 8 style chaos game, but I need art. Who's up for drawing some stuff? Oh, so Gideon, that one, sorry, Gideon was just saying, but mobile games are the future. It is so funny because mobile games are now so expensive to succeed on. Like, the user acquisition spend now has rocketed so far out of control that mobile games are insanely expensive. And Vershi, you're not wrong. Like, a lot of the core components of mobile games are based on like other projects that just work well in a handheld format. I've been playing my little G Gundam game. It's great. You know, my only critique about it is that sometimes it makes me stop playing because I have to wait for it to recharge. You know, the match 3 genre existed for a while but became wildly successful with Puzzle Quest, which works really well on mobile. The problem being is that the business model that makes money for mobile game. Oh no, more blood on the locker. We hit floor 0, so let's keep going. Sorry, I've got so many thoughts careening around. Let me just finish this main thought and then I'll come back to chat banter. One of the things that Strange Scaffold used to do, which I still think is one of the most powerful moves they've done. Strange Scaffold did this thing where on their Patreon, if you sponsored them at the highest tier, your pet would be in all their video games. This, I still think, was one of the smartest plays. You know, because everybody loves seeing animals. The idea of your animal being in a game is so huge. And it gives a massive reason for you to support those games. All right? You've literally got people providing you content. All right. Oh, this is bad. I think this is oh, this is one of the endings. Oh no. Everything's off. Big child. Big child with the big hair. Apparently there are multiple endings to this. Alright. Okay, so squiggle plus 2 divided by 22 equals 5 crosses and a squiggle. How didn't you not know this, squiggle child? Poor teacher. Oh, fuck. Alright, let's not leap out into the great beyond. Oh god. Oh, did you see the girl's shadow for just a brief second there? That's fucking horrifying. This game does have audio, but it's very quiet, except for when it's not. So I've got it turned down for you, and not for me. Face is ominous. Okay, I'm going outside. Later! I'm hanging out with Smile Clouds! Dot, dot, dot. A review by Axeman13, February 3rd, 2010. I really don't want to say this, but I have to now. This game is so essy. All you do is press the space bar. I mean, look at it. Are they supposed to be stick dudes? Hello, the sun. I'm in a place I'm not supposed to be. And Simple Chaos. I will say it's because like the Exit 8 formula works very, very well. And it is one I would highly recommend people like experiment with. Also, there's supposed to be additional endings in this. I don't know which ending we got. And we're going to be rotating off this. But the other thing is that the child imagination of this adds a really interesting element. Huh. Hey, Moose, I don't know what's going on, but it is not sending an alert for your 84 months. That's bullshit, Chips. Oh, Moose, alongside helping keep this place running, being part of this little corner of the internet and everything, of being repeatedly funnier than me, how dare you? Thank you, mate. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, so I've broken the game. But that's okay. If you want to have a little putz around with that one, or if you want to share it with people, Sunday School and its previous title. Oh, okay, I got the dark ending. Oh. This is just available free. Like, you can just share this with folks online. And it's a really good example of what you can do with just a little bit of fun. You know? Like, I assume the creator just sat down with his kid and was like, hey, I want you to draw... Or maybe she came up with the Sunday School idea and he pulled it all together. I don't know. You know? And as much as I'm going to shit on his Hieronymus Bosch nonsense, you know, Adorable was an open world exploration game made by my 4-year-old daughter. 4-year-old logic, 4-year-old art. Like, that's heckin' lovely. And Vashi, you may see the notification. If we go to my library, finish the game with the dark ending. So, dark ending, enter the nightmare, light ending. Oh, and a secret ending. Ooh. Artsy poet, either that or a fucking FetLife account, you know what I'm saying? Catholicism. It works. At doing something very specific to the human mind. Okay. So, let's get on to some mechs. Let's get on to some mechs. Sunday school worked. You're in the choir, boy. You're in the choir now, boy. Whew. Okay. Anyway, the one thing that I did want to say as a sign, as the things of hope, right, is that making people part of your creative journey does add some additional challenges, but is a great way to bring people in. So don't ask for fucking AI art. Put out a call and be like, hey, we need some voice people. Send us a sample. We can't pay much, but we'll pay a little. You'd be amazed. You would be amazed the quality that you'll get from it.
Some people hate it when groups sing together, but I grew up with and like it. It's acquired taste.
Version, that was good. Thank you for the bits, mate. Yeah, and Edwin, like, especially if it's your homies. You know? If someone asked me to voice a sellout Mobage character, I would hand them a very large bill, and I'm not even nearly as good as Edwin. But, like, if one of you lot were like, hey, well, I'm doing a thing, I need a British voice, I'm there. I'll send you some samples, we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Now, I should also say, make sure you do pay them something. Even if it's just like a 10 quid, 15 quid, it just covers your ass in case someone goes loopy bananas. If you have a Run DMC Jason Nesbitt situation, you got paid? This fucking track slaps. Oh, we got some mech stomping music here. I don't even want to start the game yet. We in the mech club. Okay. Let's just get started. Okay. Always cover your ass, even if you like the person, especially if you like the person. Absolutely. Okay, so we get to choose
Reactor
our
online.
pilot.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Skynix, thank you for the 83 months. Moose, I don't know what happened there. Apparently, Twitch likes everyone and took umbrage with your 84 months? Alright, so we can be a resistance ace, a scavenger, a mercenary, an engineer, or a hero. Alright, well, we're either a mercenary or a resistance ace, and I am actually a certified ace pilot, so let's fucking go. Definitely gonna do normal, though. Okay. Legs. Torso. A twinkle reactor. Okay. Okay. Okay, parts and ports. Artsy Poe, you'll always be an ace pilot in my heart. Gun! Gun with sword! Okay, welcome to your outpost. Every round you'll be able to perform varying actions. Mechanic, marketplace, etc. Okay. How many activities require hours to perform? You can move items between your inventory, outpost, etc. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so groundbreakers work with the local population. Yeah. I spent 3 hours helping the locals. Okay, outskirts. Here's response level. Oh, and let's... Oh! Okay, there is a lot of things to keep tabs with here. So we found the sumo. Okay, this does need a few like little tweaks because I'm very confused as to what is better or worse. Boy howdy do I love a color-coded system that tells me if something is good or bad. But I lost my sword, but I gained okay. Alright, current location. Farmland or forest. Premium salvage. Let's go. Okay. A lot of buttons to push. Okay, welcome to your first mission. Primary objective. Investigate points of interest. Enemy first is route. Alright. Oh, God. Okay. I can check my points. It doesn't seem to be, well, that's cool. Okay, so there's not a timer. The more enemies we kill... so the ground breakers now hate us. And the more enemies we kill, the more of a response time we'll get. Oh! Okay, so I didn't need to kill that guy. Might have been an innocent victim. What does it look like, the Iron Giant? Because we have taste. Okay, we're not gonna murder the ground bots. But there's no time limit, so we got a bat cannon. Let's fucking go. Oh god. Okay, someone's got fucking artillery here. Is it me or is the guns a little louder? Okay, we're just gonna do some tweaks. Music up, effects down, and graphics ultra. There we go. Okay, so I've killed quite a few. It doesn't, ow! Seem to have escalated too badly. And your nan. Alright, let's see what else we can find. Aww. Don't worry, buddy. He's harmless. Sturdy Kiwi with, oh look, Will found a giant robot game. How shocking. I mean, what if it had been a different giant robot game? Remember, friends, it's still a stealth mission if there are no survivors. Okay, inventory tutorial, inventorial. Okay, so cargo hold. Okay. Ah, okay. So some of these are... What is this? I've definitely found some bugs here. Ah, okay. Alright, so the lance is a... Alright, the lance is a two-handed weapon.
You found bugs. I didn't know this was Starship Troopers.
Only good bug's a dead bug. And hey, look. I came to bring you Weird Indie Wednesday, not hyper perfect nonsense Wednesday. You know, Yumbers, the Jarl is yours. Count as a bug. I wonder how many times somebody at fucking Team Cherry made that joke. So, Numbers, what is your Jarl's decree? After the ghost train earlier. Okay. Side story, groundskeeper, melee sphere. See if that torso is any good. Interesting. Okay, we got our sword back. How are we doing for repairs? Ooh, a side cannon. You know what, friends? I realize I'm getting very into the mech construction of this already. Because I was thinking about it the other day, and you'll remember the Phantom Brigade. That really interesting, like, XCOM but mechs. That I had all those technical problems trying to get streaming. It struck me that now there are a 2 PC setup, we might actually be able to go back to it. Also, I'm going to try and provide aid because I'm the one that fucking broke their sheet. Yeah, I know, Legend. Shocking. Shocking. And hey, like... Okay. I have a kick. Okay, so I can now swap to a sword if I get in trouble. Alright. It's the return of the mech. Oh, I fucking saw you, mate. Let's fucking go! Soundtrack, banging. Mech nonsense, banging. We'll take the ring blade, the crowbar, and sorry, I brought a fucking sword. Yeah! Oh, okay. Apparently screaming, "I've got a fucking sword," does not endear yourself to your foes. And they are sending heavier mechs to come kill me. Okay, ow. Press! That's why we take jump jets. I also think I was supposed to unload my my scrap. God, okay, there's a bunch of quality of life upgrades this really needs, but this is so good. I'm just swapping out the oh, yeah, you try. Fuck it. Sword time! Stab! There we go. Sorry about that. Jesus. So there's a few like UI. There's a few UI tweaks this desperately needs, i.e., the difference between your like inventory kit. What do you mean cannot? What did you do? Throw away your fucking gun. Greeter. Like, this is definitely a capital I indie game. But I will say this, I don't know if it's coming across from watching. This feels heavy. It's got that weight to it, you know? Oh, and for those who didn't see, like, oh, what's the game called? Is it Diesel Punks? The indie Titanfall game did an update video about the mechs that they're adding, and God, I cannot wait to shout about that. I think that one's gonna do fine, but it was fascinating that the person who was working on it predominantly was doing work for hire stuff, and that all crashed. Yeah. So caffeine, it feels more like heavy mech BattleTech, you know what I mean? Than it does like Gundam or anything. But in a good way. Because friends, the only reason why we didn't do a full playthrough of whatchamacallit, Phantom Brigade, was just because it really did not want to run on the streaming rig. It had a really hard time. And DJ Coil, you're right. I mean, that's why mech games are always so deceptively hard to make, is they seem really simple until you have to make it feel like it's got heft to it, and that is not easy. Because a lot of the things that make something feel weighty in a video game aren't like simple elements. I know you know this, but just like... Ah! Shogun Mobile Armor Division is a great way of showing when it doesn't work, because the movement for the mech and the movement for the player are almost identical, but just with different set pieces. Oh, so, Legend, my headcanon is that this is using aggressive terraforming. The idea being that you could terraform a planet by basically hitting it with a gigantic seed bomb. Oh. Okay, modify. So, first things first, torso. Wait, I thought we got a good... Oh, no, hang on. Transfer carried parts. There we go. Tank torso, which is better. Reactor. Okay, they do have color rankings, which is good. Okay. Got the two-handed firearm. Empty module. Okay, so if we wanted to swap out... Ooh, let's get the old reversey Percy's going. So this doesn't have back ports, so I can't equip the sword. So honestly... I think a ring sword and spear might be the way to go. It really does help the soundtrack fucking slaps. Like a Minecraft. Back cannon. Let's fucking go. It's time to do some crime. Some mech crime. And caffeine, that is an interesting one. Was it Diablo that had the color ranking system? Alright, so I've got a spear there. Knife there. Ring blade primary. Oh, an auxiliary is just number 3. Alright, cool. Okay, so I've lost my dash ability, but I can now move faster if I just maintain a... Okay, that's pretty cool. My fucking Slayer! To every generation, a numpty is born. But Gideon, it wasn't WoW that came up with the color ranking. I just realized I don't know who invented that, you know? Maybe not invented, but who was it that like set forth the idea that that color system would be right? Yes! Are we going full Zaku now? All shall bow before me! I can use the shoulder cannons to fire and swing the axe. I am drunk with power. Although I don't have the dash anymore, so I just have to keep moving. Oh, you didn't. Oh, fuck that guy! Oh, shit. What's orbital bombardment? What's orbital bombardment? Okay. Ah! Ah! Bring it on! Oh, it's just like that time where you all tried to fight me in Steel Battalion and I won. God, that's so wild. Fucking excuse me! I was shopping! Excuse me! Oi! Oh no! Dick! He took my arms off! That's where my axe was! Your Gravenar has been destroyed, but that's vital weapon. It's ace pilot. That was my knee! This ace pilot has been brought low by kneecaps. No! Oh, God. Huh. So, Diablo and then WoW the mercenary this time. Oh! Previous salvage. Alright, well, I'm definitely taking the... and the back cannon. Oh. Okay. Alright, mercenary loadout. So, legs. One-handed gun. Ooh, radar. Medium. And a radar. All right. Oh, that's cool. So as a merc, we can buy and sell stuff. All right. Let's get scrapping. Okay, I'm getting super sucked into this. This fucking slaps. So jumping back in. So everyone was having a look. Apparently Angband. Angband? Was a... God, it was an ASCII crawler from 93. 93? 92? 1992. And apparently was one of the first ones to start using color coding to denote item quality. Now that makes sense in an ASCII dungeon crawler when all you have is text and color. apparently Diablo implemented it and WoW made it famous. It is fascinating how that has become something ubiquitous in our industry. I kind of like that. Oh, way better boost dash. That's cool. Okay. Another game in the genre that used it was Adon, used in colors to note rarities. Okay. It is kind of fascinating how these things come about, you know? See, there's a few things in this that I think are interesting. The movement controller's a little bit off. Like, your reticle isn't always where your shots will go. But like, that's fine, it happens. There's a little bit of clarity of UI that this could definitely benefit from. No, that makes sense. Sorry, Gideon was just saying that NetHack, well, Rogue first, then NetHack. But you know, those titles. So I'll take a replacement part and I can sell a couple of those. Those kind of like RPG dungeons from early crawlers could only use text, as you well know, so. They were very, very reliant on making kind of like clarity. I guess as soon as like color was more ubiquitous, then we could start adding it. Yeah, but actually, like Gideon, it's probably better to say NetHack because you start talking about Rogue and then it gets very confusing very quickly. You know? If that mech had a dick, I just shot him in his. Oh, nice. Vershi. Oh, no, Vershi. DJ Coil, thank you for that one. And yeah, Vershi, I'm going to be honest with you. Having Rogue as a genre definer as a dyslexic person is the fucking worst. As I'm always like trying to make sure I'm not saying rouge-like. And it's just as likely to be like 50 people arguing about the definition of roguelike versus roguelite. I'm so glad that the immersive sim squad haven't become like the roguelite nobbins. That makes me very happy. Yeah, it's all based on your okay. All right. I just keep getting so fucking pulled into this game. It's so good. I don't know, maybe I've just been missing heavy gear so much that this just fucking sings to me. Hang on, let me just make sure I'm not. It's solitaire and immersive sim. Anyway. It's fascinating how there are certain things in, like, video games that just end up being part of the shared language that no one planned out, no one predicted. Like, the color coding system, it's not based on anything else, it's just ours. And now it's pretty ubiquitous. You have gray, you have green, blue, purple, and then orange, maybe reds and other colors beyond that if you want to get really weird with it. Which is weird because, like, historically, purple's the big one. Hang on. Just keep looking at the controls. Wants to swap. Oh! Well, I fucked up there. You can't cross. You can't cross across your back, so my poor guy can't get his extra weapon because the other arm is just missiles. But he can't come. I'm kicking! Kablam! Choking on my own violence. The Will Overguard story. Okay, so I'm just gonna be really good with pistols, fine. Meep! Thank fuck I've got a get out of dodge maneuver. Today's stream, Will names colors. I don't know, I find those kinds of things, like, some of them in video games are very funny. Like, you know, the hero's journey does not begin with a single step, but with crouching under a log, or a wall, or a vehicle. You know, you could argue that one does not become a hero or a protagonist in video games until you've crawled under something. And that just comes from, like, the ubiquity of how AAA titles do their tutorialization. Damn, I think his mate just vaporized him. Alright, I might have bitten off more than I can chew on this mission. Yeah, Artsy Pro, maybe that's it. Because you've got to boil some piss to get an orange item. I don't know. I've said it before, I'll say it again, like, one of the things I love about our art medium is that the language for it is, it's either still evolving or has evolved so recently that, like, you can go meet the person who came up with that. Whereas in a lot of other mediums, you know, the old masters are dead. The things that set forth the very language we use to describe, you know, illustration, hand art, cinema, stuff like that, like, those folks are long gone. And I try not to spend all the time, you know, dunking on cinema and television. I guess I've still got a bit of a, what's the word? Grudge. Like that movie, The Grudge. Well, Vershi, he leaves this mortal coil knowing that he has left more arguments in his wake than fuck anyone alive. Modify Graveneer. Alright, well, we're out of... Okay. We need to buy an arm. Actually, let's see if we can scavenge one. Okay. Oh, I can't afford the two-handed axe again. Give me these fun tools and then take them away from me. Alright, dual pistols with a back lance. Let's fucking go. Oh shit. Red. Alright, now we're ready to go. Dual wield. Guns for days. Okay. So we got two pistols, back cannon. I should definitely try and find some medium ammo where possible. Alright, dickheads. Let's fucking go. Whee! How many pistol bullets have I got left? Some! What the fuck are you guys? What the fuck pat label shit is this? Like, yay! Autonomous swarms! I'm in danger! Fuck! Oh! That was way too close. Come on! there's something about this game that's so, I don't want to say pure, right? That sounds weird, but I keep thinking about how the front mission remasters have been progressively worse. And how originally the front mission series was the experimental series, right? There we go. Okay. All right. You know, I keep thinking about that old time when, you know, before Enix, Square used to be like the experimental homies. Like, they were making the weird shit. And Front Mission was one of those. As opposed to, say, From Software, for whom Armored Core was the series that kept them going when their other stuff wasn't really... Yeah. I think we were talking about mech games yesterday, and someone mentioned good old... I mentioned Front Mission 4 Answer, and someone was like, but Will, there were so many games between that and Front Mission 6. No, there wasn't. But Will, it says there was a Front Mission 5 and a Front Mission Victory Day. No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. The irony being that as the Souls franchise was starting to come into its own around the 360 PS3 era was when the Front Mission series, when Armored Core started to... Some really great ideas. Okay. God, there's a lot of things here that it's difficult to get a sense of like what uses what kit. Oh, transfer carry parts. Got barrel bombs. Like, so it doesn't tell me what ammo it all takes, which is kind of difficult. Okay, mechanic. Repair. Yeah, fuck it, let's tune up our mech. Let's get wild with it. I think, oh, and we are going to be hitting the fish in a bit. Oh. Oh, I'm supposed to protect you. Oh no. You boys aren't coming out of this. I'm going to level with you. Fuck! Alright, that's not too bad. Radar is definitely worth getting. You idiots are getting in my way! Fire all bullets. Okay, how many friendos are left? None! They're mostly dead. Oh good, Scary Ace Pilot is in. No! No! You're not my dad! No! Mia torta! Okay. Okay. Alright. So here's what I'm going to say, friends. We are going to do some fishing. We are not done stream-wise for the evening. But I do think that if I keep playing Graveneer, I'm going to stop talking to you all. And I'm sorry that once again, this is how you have to find out. I actually like talking. I like talking to you lot. I talk to myself. I talk to guinea pigs. Isn't that right, guinea pigs? I'm a talker. And with Graveneer, this game slaps. Is it in early access or? Oh, and it does have co-op as well. That's cool. Like, I hope it has more time to be able to, because like, there's a couple of things, you know. Obviously, you saw we found a few bugs. What the hell is Q sector? What in the Peebles is this? But yeah, there's a few quality of life improvements I'd love to put in the UI. There's a couple of bugs and stuff like that. But that's only because it's got the spark. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it has the functionality for it later, but, you know, having come off of a lot of Ball X Pit, the more stuff you can do to add, like, progression between levels and things like that, the more cool shit that you can unfurl for the user, the more people are just going to be going, like, loopy bananas for it. Okay, I don't know what this is, but I'm adding this to wish list. This looks wildly wonderful. Because like right now, it's this weird thing of like, we're drowning in new games, and these new games slap. But despite that, oh, okay, Gigatank's publisher of Graveneer. Okay, so not, I mean, still feels very indie. Okay. Sorry. While we are drowning in new games, and we are drowning in new good games, one thing that's very, very interesting is that there's this huge underserviced catalogue of titles that we never got a proper sequel for. We never got a continuation for. Games that really sing. And that list is extensive, but you don't have to have the license anymore. Like I said, during the Tokyo Game Show, we saw announced, what was it? It was like a Parasite Eve in everything but name. Not enough to, you know, infringe upon copyright or anything like that, but good enough to be fucking bouncing. And it just strikes me because, you know, Parasite Eve is yet another one of those, you know, poor, unloved children of Square Enix, you know? They don't care for their non-Final Fantasy kids. It really does feel like a bit from Arrested Development, you know? I love all my children equally. I don't care for that Parasite Eve. And yeah, I mean, Edwin, the early, like, PS1 Metal Gear VR Special Missions vibe is still something that people are seeking. It's interesting because the control schemes around that, like, fixed camera grid-based aren't necessarily the best, but they've got that. they've got something really special about them. There's something about that early 3D experimental phase where there were titles around that did something either aesthetically or mechanically that we really enjoyed, but because it was one part of a game that was either very broken or undersold, we never saw more of it. You know, by the time we hit Metal Gear Solid 3, people were absolutely done with top-down viewpoints. You know, it's easy to forget how much shit Metal Gear Solid 3 got around launch for having the traditional top-down camera, but still having that first-person view where you could look around, but you couldn't play it in first person. God. I mean, Edwin, you can't beat Metal Gear Solid 1's cheese. You know, Snake slowly rising up, having taken off his suit on that elevator, to I'm gonna shoot you from the copter of my hind D. Hello, brother, I'm you. I'm gonna shoot him up with some fucking missiles. It's so fucking cool. Yeah, and DJ Coil, obviously it's a pipe dream, right? You know. Not a pipe dream. Obviously it's a romantic dream. You know, the idea that, hang on, let me get the fishing going while we're nattering. I'll just put it back to just chatting. Because I will need to go fish out a little fire soon. What's your old pal, McDonald Miller? And the fact that we all know, like, none of us playing Metal Gear Solid for the first time knew who the fuck McDonald Miller was. Or McDonald... No. Yeah, I can't even speak. Haha, first one for me. But sorry, DJ Coil, I wholeheartedly agree, and I love it as an idea romantically, that we could have more of these remakes that are all about encapsulating the emotion and the feeling of the original, whilst doing all the things we know how to do good. You know, with Doom 2016, the Final Fantasy remakes, like, I would still argue Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes. I'd like to see that same love and that same care for, you know, all my beloved games. And I think the reason I keep coming back to a lot of these like retro vibey mech games is because I really want to see Front Mission get that same love. Damn, Vanderbeest, for a running start here. Damn. There's always Mecharashi. Oof. For as long as that fucking exists. And Mecharashi went with a fucking free-to-play business model on Steam. Idiots. It's not a Front Mission game, literally being sued. Anyone with half a fucking brain cell for giant robots know. What makes a Front Mission game? A incredibly in-depth story, predominantly based around like geopolitics in kind of like a fun sci-fi way. Shit tons of dialogue. Mech customization and big old tactical battles. It's basically Fire Emblem, but you have like a cool political thriller instead of playing match up with your characters so they have babies. Front Mission 3 is still the best of the series, although that moves it from having a big squad of guys down to just 4, which keeps the focus a little better, but it does mean that you have to like hyper focus on mech specialization and pilot specialization, so you don't get to get as wild with the customization as the others. Yeah, mech emblem is fair. Alrighty, friends. I'm gonna go fish out Little Fire. I'll be back in just a second. Don't get into any trouble. And then we'll do one more weird, quirky little indie game. And then go from there. Sorry I still can't tell you my cool news today, but it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good, I promise. Alright, back in a sec. Hello, hello. How goes the fishing? I saw Gideon got an old PC and was shocked and surprised that it wasn't Orchazini fishing that one up. Lost in JP, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. What can I say, Scotty? It's good to be back. And J-Post, I see what you're trying to do. Thank you. So what I'm thinking, friends, is in a sec. Oh, sorry. I always forget that if I click off, it loses how many people have fish on the stack. Once we're done with fishing, I'd like to quickly trundle round It Wears My Face. Because that way I feel like, you know, we've done 3 Weird Indie games. I think our Weird Indie Wednesday cred has been solidified. Again, I know this is a very short stream for us. But as I said earlier, the reason for that was good. I can't tell you why yet, but next month, touch wood, next month we'll have some cool stuff to talk about and show off. And it won't wreck or affect any of the other cool streaming, scheming nonsense going on, which is lovely. Wait, oh, left, that explains the... Oh, the soundtrack fucking died, didn't it? I am so sorry. I am so sorry, friends. Okay, so whilst some... is that the second megabus of the day? Huh, crazy. So yeah, so while Fisher-Palooza is continuing, so as we're getting out of... have you noticed anything about your gaming habits or your gaming vibes post Steam Next Fest? Because I noticed something. Oh, here's a big winner. It's Joel Sturgeon. Oh shit. Chroma Capybara. That is the heaviest sturgeon you've ever seen. Because I've been chatting to some folks online, and one thing that's been really interesting is trying to work out like what the effect Steam Next Fest has had. It does seem to be an accelerant, i.e. games that people are keen for, they do seem to be gravitating towards those demos, but there are quite a lot of success stories coming up through Steam Next Fest that weren't heavily marketed, that weren't, you know, big bangers. Okay, when I say heavily marketed, did not have a private PR company, like, posting about them, and did not have a publisher pushing them. And that's been really cool to see. Most games on average apparently got, you know, between 50 and 100 extra wish lists, but a lot of those games are very, very solitary. Oh, so you said my wish list got to be even more of a mess. But you know what's really interesting is that, like, we had the E3s of yore, our Summer Games Fest, our EGXs, and there would be this cool down period afterwards where everyone would be kind of like nattering about the news prior floating through, but Steam Next Fest seems to be like this fucking hose that just opens up slowly and then immediately cuts off. I think Steam having multiple promotions at the same time definitely dilutes that definitely creates that feeling of a drop-off. Like, there's no, alright, here are the winners of Next Fest and stuff like that. If there is in Steam's ecosystem, I'm just gonna make sure I haven't fucking missed anything. If there is in Steam's ecosystem, I haven't really seen it. There's a lot of things in how Steam calculates like top sellers and top success stories that get a smidgen confusing. Man, all right, we've got a lot of legendary pulls tonight. I don't know, the usual folks who would be talking lots and lots about like Next Fest and how it did and what effect it's had have been a lot more quiet this year, and I think it has to do with how Next Fest is no longer a thing that you do before finding a publisher. After finding a publisher, it's something you do before. Some folks are doing it ahead of their push to launch later this year. Some folks are doing it to be able to turn around to a publisher and go, hey, you should give us money. We're a surefire bet. It's an interesting combination, but it means there's not as much colloquial information just floating around. And it could also be that the folks aren't here for the discussion of the whimsy of video games nonsense right now. All right, I'm already on the line. All right, I'm gonna give it another couple minutes before I call last fish. So friends, if you haven't, I want to see exclamation fish all round. Yeah, Aeon. It's wild how those things used to be, maybe not Next Fest, but like Kickstarter and things like that used to be the tip of the spear. Now they are just part of the, like, get the hype going. You know, a successful Kickstarter is a thing that people show a publisher, as opposed to a thing that you use to fund the game. It's kind of interesting, like, since we lost Fig, that Fig did seem to be like the bastion of actually funding games. Oh, sorry, if you didn't see it, so Fig was kind of like Kickstarter in that you could give a video game $10 and they'd give you a code, a copy, a shout out. But you could also jump up a rank towards becoming an investor at that level. Oh yeah, Edwin. Oh yeah. Jesus, Scotty, a thing from a squillion years ago. Yeah. Well, and Marshareya, having now watched the Tommy Tallarico video a couple times, I do wonder if Fig tapped out because, like, giving somebody cash for a thing is one thing, investing in a project is another, and like, I wonder how, like, if there does end up being an Intellivision lawsuit, like for fraud and things like that, or if there already has been. I haven't looked into it. It's not like Tommy Tallarico posts a lot, but I do wonder if Fig would have also been liable as the platform. I don't know. Sorry, I just keep laughing because, like I said, I watch old clips of G4 TV on TikTok, and every time Tommy pops up, I just know he's gonna hate on a game that slaps. All right, friends, one last call. If you haven't hit exclamation fish, now's the time to do it. We're about to call no more casts. All right. That's amazing. Okay, friends. No more casts. No more casts. God, that's wild. Sorry, Scotty, I was just looking at that Atari store and seeing, because they have Atari hardware, and it does seem to be a lot of just a lot of like retro machines and things like that. But God. I'm just checking the Tommy Tallarico news. While we catch up with the last of these fish. No more casts. No more casts. Indeed, Vanderbeest. We are finished. No, I couldn't do it. Finished. Sorry, I was just catching up. The only interesting thing from the Tallarico story at the end was apparently his bravado and the H-Bomber Guy video reached Nintendo, who had him remove all of their songs from the video games live lineup, effectively taking out a lot of their big bangers. Buggers. Oof.wav indeed. It is fascinating how many grifters and shysters like the Tallarico will have their day, and that if Bomber Guy has proved anything, it is that these people are a veritable gold mine of things to farm. Oh.
I might just have to get that in television just for the old school Boulder Dash.
God. Well, Scotty, I was just something that struck me of like how many of those BBC Micro titles could be legally emulated. Alright, and Simple Chaos, no more casts. No more casts. Oh, God. I tell you, friends, Hey! Great picture of a great gremlin. No, I was just... Like, now that the day is done and that everything has happened, God, I am crashing something fierce. I'd like to still do a little bit of It Has My Face before we kick off, and Simple Chaos, you're fine. Considering the amount of gold pulls, I don't think any of these last ones are going to change it, but... Oh look, it's Kevin, the tumbleweed with a knife. It's that guy. Alright. We're almost down to final. Also, friends, if you've won a fish this season... Oh. I ran my mouth. A haunting reminder of a dark time and a great game. It's Blobby Will. Horrifying creation. Great pull, though. It could be a winner. Is it more powerful than Joel the Sturgeon? Why is not Jurgen the Sturgeon? That's way better. Marshall Reyes. Sleep's overrated anyway. Okay. So let's have a look at the boards. No, DJ Coil cinched it there, but Vanderbeest, you were winning. Like, there was a big gap between you and Scotty. So, yeah. Sorry to you got picked at the post there. DJ Coil, you know what to do. Send me a fish on Discord. I'll add it to the great list. Lot of great contestants are on the board. I did so poorly, I didn't even end up in the top 20. But Patch Rabbit got the best pull of the night. DJ Coil's legendary Blobby Will. We had a legendary Manta, Joel the Sturgeon, got PC, 2 British megabuses. Oh, look at that! Your little molten virals. God. Oh, no, hang on. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of It Has My Face, and then we're going to bring our adventures to a close. Wait. Because I really want to show you lot this. Alright? If it has that special spark, in terms of being something that you all want to watch, then this will be something we revisit. I know it was for good stuff for the long ship, but anytime we start early, anytime our streams are like sub 4 hours, I feel like I'm basically pulling a shifty one on you lot. Sure. And I don't want to do that. Like, you lot literally throw in the money so that I can live and keep the nuggies alive.
Are the hit video game. It is my face, but I want ice cream.
And Akari Zero, thank you for the 200. We actually do have ice cream in the fridge. Though I will say, finding out how much Warren Ellis hated video games, it's definitely... Oh my fucking life, how cool is that?
I arrive, you start planning on packing it up after 3.5 hours. You know, an entity could start developing a complex.
Only if you'll admit that you have not been killed and you are in fact very living. But no, Bacon, thank you for the 200. And it's just been... Life's been kicking my ass pretty hard. But, see, the thing is, when life is kicking your ass in terms of like moving or like physically doing things all the time, at least when night comes you sleep. Life is kicking my ass and I can't sleep. I'd like to say a special thank you to Ball X Pit for keeping me from spiraling into the great darkness. Anyway, so it has my face. This is essentially like procedural Hitman. A creature is out there pretending to be us. We have to find it and kill it before it finds us. But the thing I just noticed, I want to show you. So you see, like, it has that kind of standard low poly character art style. Sorry, that chunky pixel art style. And everything's kind of billboarding and bouncing, which is really clever. When it started, before we clicked it has my face, we were there. Now it zooms out. We can see these two creatures. If I click single player, watch what happens. Everybody fucking stops and stares at us. How fucking cool is that? Now, never played it. Don't know what happens, but we have to find our clone and take him out. Okay, your clone is hiding in the crowd. You need to kill it before it kills you. This is you. This is your clone. Watch out for anyone with your exact same appearance. Hold space to check your mirror. Okay. You are vulnerable without a weapon. Find a weapon case. See, and because everybody's billboarding, they're either walking towards you or away from you. Take aim. Hold. That's to shoot. You only have one bullet. Ghosts don't talk anymore. They're watching us. Alright. Necktie, grey hair, red armband. Alright. Grey hair, white tie, armband. Do you mind? Did he piss myself there? See, virals, you have to ask me a question only I could answer. Ah, okay. So if we find another gun, another weapon, we don't get an extra shot. Okay. Alright. I haven't seen him yet. So that means they're down there in the pipes. There they are. Okay. Assassination, clean kill. Chapter 1. It has my face. Now, I don't know how expensive this game is. Alright, so we are grey bob, pink scarf, red armband. Also, it's a mirror, so our features are reversed. So grey bob, purple necklace. Sorry, I don't know how much this is. Ah, I think that's them there. How good's my aim? Yeah! Sniper Elite. Because like this is something we could do as almost like a knockout tournament. All right, we have a gun. Oh, what do I look like? Grey shirt, scruffy, holes in the top, red armband. No. Buddy, you don't know how close you almost got to being fucking murdered there. Sorry, draw the knife. Oh! Oh, okay, so that was just a few rounds of the tutorial. And Vanderbeest, I'm so sorry. I didn't say thank you for filling the pint glass.
Wait, you have to check your own face and clothing. Are you sure you're not the fake?
What if I'm the fake? Oh my god. And Akari, thank you for throwing another 200 in. Now, this is the first story beat. So... And Vanderbeest, the Yaldum is yours. That's the game link. Okay. Thanks, I hate it. Fulfill your purpose. Kill him. Eat his butt. The creature wants to talk. New weapons unlocked. Officers unlocked. Okay. Alright, so... Reduce the slowdown while aiming. Dynamite. Bomb gun. Knife. Bat. 2 uses before bat breaks. You can now use binoculars and zoom. Alright. So we don't yet have enough to be able to use it, and... Unknown creature. Are you injured? No. Good. You're needed alive. Do you remember your past? Some of it. You should call them. Whose meat is that? Ooh. Target. Keep looking for this stuff. Find a few meteors. Hello? Find a weapon. What? Find a mirror. Who are you? Your clone is hunting you. Kill it before you die. You can't be serious. Good luck. All right. The results don't make sense. DNA cannot function like that. They can't be human. Those things must be behind it. For some reason, my brain just wants to keep singing the Jeffrey Bezos. You did it! We must give them a fighting chance. They're superior to humans. With these weapons, maybe they'll survive. It's up to them now. So we might actually be the clones. We might be the weirdos. Curious. Alright. Oh, but I can unlock awareness. Okay, so I now have binoculars. Alright. Trust me, we will escape to the city. I've got a... They have cloned you. Okay. Blue eyes. Blonde hair. Oh, okay. Clone abilities. Some clones have superior abilities. Watch out for different signs and suspicious behavior. Okay. Alert officers. Officers will attack you if you aim with an illegal weapon near them. Okay. Now, is there a way to know if someone is an officer? Just have to find out the old-fashioned way. Approach the target with a red outline, hit to stab. Okay. Wait, am I hypnotized? Oh shit. I nearly just fucking shanked some poor random bloke. look like again? Okay. I nearly just fucking stabbed somebody. Alright. Oh! Fucking hell. Okay, so what they were able to do was hypnotize me. Alright. Green, bleedy hair, purple shirt, party time. Okay. They are not human. On death, the chapter progression to the past save point is lost. However, each successful round provides permanent progression towards a save point. Some clones have supernatural abilities. Okay, so it's teaching us how to use the knife. Playing the recording. You're not supposed to be awake yet. No, please, don't put me there. Oh, silence. You're not ready to be served. Please, I'll give you everything if you let me go. Tempting. But meat is all I need. End of the record! Consistent voices? Not on this Twitch.television. Okay, so I've got a gun. Looking for lime green hair. Purple shirt. Oh, I think I see me. Yeah, alright, I see me. I don't think me sees me. Alright. Oh, he's behind them boxes. You see him? Gonna make sure. Yeah! Man, all that sniper elite time is paying off. Now, one of the reasons why I really wanted to show you all this game is because this uses a lot of mechanics that are very ubiquitous in multiplayer games, but is first and foremost, what, bomb gun. Sticks to any surface or person. After some time, it explodes and kills everybody nearby. Okay. Oh, okay. Grey double dreadlock beard. Shit. Now, does hypnosis only work if he can see me? I wonder. But yeah, so this is using a lot of multiplayer philosophies. And, oh, there he is. Bye! Woo! One of the things I think is we kind of had that spurt of everybody trying to... Okay, red dress, green necklace. We had that spurt of everybody trying to emulate the success of... what was it? Red dress, green necklace. Dead by Daylight. And... very few... I could have died. Very few of those asymmetric titles succeeded. Fewer still were able to take those ideas further, you know? But building them into a single-player game? And like a single-player game with hot as fuck lighting, but super simple art style. Oh, I don't like these choke points now. This shit makes me nervous. There's me. Is that me? Out of the way! Oh, kill me! I don't know if that was a clean kill. Matey boy in front of me was running around. But this is doing a much better job than a lot of standard kind of asymmetric. Officers protect us from the ones below, but I hear them at night. They whine and moan and claw the walls like rats, only louder. Sometimes I think they're climbing. The note ends with a faint smell of a flower. Cool. Alright. Super half fringe in turquoise. Super turquoise half fringe. Okay, we've got knives. Oh, we've got a bat. Super turquoise half fringe. Now, he hypnotized me, which means he's around here somewhere. You know what? Let me take that fucking knife. Super turquoise half fringe. I find... Oh no. Oh no. Stay back. Stay back! Oh, he's got eyes on me. Lawrence Croft. Yeah. I'm the 2010s Ninja Theory reboot. Fuck. No, no, no. No, no, no. Stay back! Looking for a turquoise tank top. Looking for a turquoise tank top. Huh. So that's wild. The clone we're hunting can enrage people. Like, that poor guy just got beaten to death. Oh. There he is! Yeah! Knife fight! Yeah, I mean, Scotty, it's an incredibly aggressive game of Guess Who. But with this, like, it starts out. Okay. Hot yellow Tash, hot yellow dreads, vomit green Mumu. We got the old Tash and dreads combo. But, like, it's built in a way for, like, procedural spice. We don't know what powers this other clone has. Hypnosis, like inciting violence. It can do all sorts of mischief, and we don't know the environment. Now, if this was against another player, you would automatically get matched against someone who's been playing this since launch and would get absolutely fucking ruined. And you would have a bad time. You'd be well within your rights to be annoyed by that. But with this, we get time. We're playing this campaign first. Well, not... You look familiar, not too much. So yeah, we're looking for, like, violent nuclear yellow hair and Tash matching. They had a knife, I saw it. What is noise? What's noise? Oh, so that's an officer belonging to a would-be assassin. I fucking see him. I fucking see him. Our would-be assassin went in there. I'm going to try and man the cranes, see if we can crush him. Like, I think you could play this very, very well with someone else on comms. Like, 1v1, just talking to him, you know? Like, you could heckle each other. You could have that, like, you know, that cat and mouse game. Alright, I know where he is. He's in the scaffold. He's in the structure over there. I missed him with the debris. I take him out. Look, you don't need me to explain this game any further. And this could be very fun to have like a knockout tournament of. I don't know if there's a spectator mode, but that could be very fun. Huh. Clone detected. Does that mean he's detected me? Oh, that person's about to get the nightstick. It's different from the good nightstick. Oh, he's down in the fucking tunnels. Oh, fucking hell, alright. The horrors among us. Okay. So, friends, I think that's my last little... That's my last little trundle of the evening. Because, as I'm sure you've all noticed, I could play this quite happily for hours. Oh. My name is Dr. I work as a geneticist for the government. This project began 5 years ago. Project Defiant. My research is, or was, on colognes. What makes them tick? How do we find them? How are they even possible? You know all about that, don't you? After all, you are the one who shot me! My perfect cologne! Ah, this is Dr. Derek Manst talking to Dr. Derek Manst. I've made an impossibly handsome clone of myself. I can't stop looking at him. He's going to kill me. I'm going to die. Fabulously. Would I blame you? Any joints? Alright, blah blah blah. Science is bad. This is Dr. Eric Mansk talking too much. Okay. So friends, I'm going to drop the link to this. I recommend picking this up. This looks really fucking cool. The idea of getting to play this as like a cheeky tournament could be very fun. Because at the moment, again, like, yes, it's an aggressive guess who, but you'll notice it's very, very early, very rudimentary. It's introducing us to all of the moving pieces. And that's something that the Dead by Daylights of Yura and the Ilk could stand to do. But this is where I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. Actually, quickly see who's about, who I can pass you to. Oh, I know exactly who I can pass you to. Brilliant, jobs are good. Right, so do not go anywhere, but I would like to say thank you. As I said, the reason I was late today was because of good things. Good things for Longship, good things for just in general. Obviously, I always stress when there's days where I don't get to hang out with you lot as much as I would like. But I don't know. It's going to be nice to be able to... It's going to be nice to be able to show off to you all a little bit, you know? Sorry, just jumping back with science has gone too far and my hubris will kill me. Also, the clone. The clone is about to kill me. My hubris made me. You're so perfect, you even cloned his hatred of clones. Impressive. So yeah, while this is a shorter than usual day, I just want to say thank you, and when I'm able to announce to you all what cool stuff we're going to be doing, and what's going to be going down, you'll get it. You'll get it. But I don't want to say anything else because I don't want to fucking jinx this. And yeah, watch this space. But to that end, I would not be here 7 and a squillion years later without you lot. For Weird Indie Wednesdays, for Tunics, for all sorts of nonsense and chaos and everything in between. Fucking thank you, you legends. Alright? I ain't shit without you lot. So to Martin, the Prolo, Unholy Glee, the Artsy Poe, and Skynix Dystoria, those were all monstrously long subsprees, none of them shorter than a year, which is wild. To Simple Chaos, Some Numbers, Erriman, Wolfcrad, Punspector, Scotty Doggy, Akari Zero, Yeti, Vanderbeest, J-Post, Legend of Moraid, Divershi, Bacon Avenger. You threw bits in. You know by now, bits and donations are literally what pays rent, buys food, keeps this whole thing going. So seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And the whole moderation team, to Caffeine, Nova, Moose, and Tull, you fucking legends. You know. But I'm going to pass all of your lovely selves over to Hero to the People, Dan Jones. Because I know DJ's been having power problems and stuff, and if you've not streamed, you cannot know how infuriating it is when technical problems or things outside of your control are what stop you from streaming. It is infuriating. So yeah. Hubris is a great name for a clone. Especially one that's been circumcised. On that bombshell... if I don't see you all in Discord, I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is more Hell Is Us. And I'm hoping we can make some good headway on that one, because I hope I'm not the only person who's enjoying that game. But I really am enjoying that game. It keeps being fucking brilliant. So, yeah. That's it for me. I'm not saying it. I do need to sign off, though. It's that thing of, like, I hit raid and I don't want to end. Scotty, but it's a mistake. You only make once. I don't want the stream to end, but I know I have to bring things to a close, so... Right. I'll see you tomorrow, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Caca? No, that's not an ending. Kapow. Ah, oh, damn it! I did it on reflex.